into the show
that informs, improves, and inspires racers everywhere.
The Northwest Race Report. The Northwest Race Report is brought to you by O'Hagan's Kart Supply, Lebanon, Oregon. You want to win? O'Hagan's wants to help. And by TruTech Automotive, Hazeldale, Washington. Get your car, truck, or tow rig repaired the right way, the TruTech way. And by Scott Seal Coat and Striping, Federal Way. For over 25 years, whether you're sealing or striping, you can count on Scott. And by Southern Oregon's karting headquarters, Speed City LLC, keeping racers on track with quality support and friendship. You're tuned in to the Northwest Race Report exclusively at TerryBridges.com. And now back to your horsepower and performance hosts, Terry Bridges and Glenn Lippy Tower. Oh, what is going on, racers? I'm your horsepower and performance host, Terry Bridges, and sitting in with the greatest team of broadcasters ever assembled. My co-hosts, actually, we're all hosts. We're all horsepower and performance hosts from head to toe, and that would be Mr. Glenn Lippy Tower. What's going on, Lippy?
It's all good in the hood tonight, except for I forgot my book.
And we have you. Some of you may know him as the Loader, but now he is the sum of being a good loader and a good grader. So he's the Grader Loader. Yeah, baby.
Thank you, Kevin.
Mr.
Bridges.
Jeff Eden. What's going on, Jeffrey?
Oh, just we're here with a smile on our face.
We are. I will tell you. Last week, I think we all. Well, was it mainly me, or did you feel like I did last week?
I was out of sync myself.
I was too. I was feeling down and out, down and out enough to where I was thinking about, maybe the show is just it's run its course, and with the help of a couple of very wonderful people, Heather Clark being one, and Brian Esquinia from Blue Line Graphics, the fire has been kind of relit. What do they call that? Kind of the rekindled. And so we're going to just worry about trying to have the coolest show for those that want to listen in. We can't worry about the ones that don't want to listen in or whatever. But we'd love to support. We'd love to see you live. But if you can't listen to it till tomorrow or whatever, that's cool too. That's what it's all about. That's why it's a podcast. It's consumable content. Hopefully it's content that you want. If you listen to my ad today about the show, I did say, if it's tough for you, if it's hard, you're having trouble, this or that, go to the website. You did it, right? You went to the website. You sign up. It sends you an email. It's a reminder. You click on the link. And basically, there you are.
There you are.
So, TerryBridgesRacing.com is where you need to go. And just follow. You'll see where it says it's on the side panel there. And it's just going to be, sign up to have this delivered to your email. No spam. I'm not going to junk mail you. You will get notice if we write a story or anytime anything goes on the website that's, but we don't put spam up there. We don't put junk up there. We don't do any of that kind of garbage. So, it'd just be easier if you guys are dialed in. That's one way to get to the show nice and easy, sweet and pleasy. Did you like that rhyme?
That was a rhyme.
Yeah, not bad. But we got a great show for you tonight. I'm excited. Our Blue Line Graphics in the seat guest is going to be a guy who has a vision. He's taking over Rainier. Those of you that raced at Rainier, I know Shane Smith loves Rainier. Ronnie may or may not like Rainier. But besides that, his name is Dave Kolstad. And great guy. And he's got a vision, and he's going to share it with us tonight. He's got some really cool stuff to talk about. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm really looking forward to that. We got results. Jeff's got his the dirt side results. We got some pavement results from Evergreen. And then we're going to talk about, so sharpen your pencils or your pens or your typing tips. And let's see what we got here. Oh, that's my bad. Sorry, Prez. D. Watkins upsets Brent Meyer for the number 1 spot.
He did. Meyer was number 2, though.
Brent Meyer, number 2, another top 3. Lori Fuller, how about that gal? She graduates, gets her
Made the
her
podium.
master's. That was for her master's.
That-
Yeah. Tell me that
Unbelievable.
is not a woman. I'm
Well,
telling you. I'm just saying.
trying to teach and still do your school.
And be a wife and a mother and, and still try to have some time for yourself and a racer and,
Don't forget the business.
yeah. I mean, she's
City.
we should all be so lucky. That's what I'm saying. So, we've got Dave Kolstad going to be on. We're going to talk tonight about where do you draw the line on safety? I mean, where do some of you draw it? For example, would you race? Would you stay and race at a track that have no ambulance? Now, I've seen it done, and I've seen people stay. But we're going to get into that. And I also want to touch base on, we've heard one side of the story, and now we're going to hear the other side so that you, as a racer, or you as a race fan or a race follower, can decide for yourself how you feel on this whole parts trailer thing. We're not going to beat it up. We're just going to give you the other side, some of the reasoning behind it, and you guys can decide from there what you think is right and what you think should happen. I would encourage you to use your right to speak for you. Nothing negative. We already know what the issue is. I think results would be better. Wouldn't you agree, Jeff? I mean, let's try to keep it positive and look at how we can build it and help it. And I mean, I don't blame anybody in this situation. I just think it's got to be a situation for all of us to benefit. Everybody should benefit to some degree, a little bit. That's just what I think. But is that off base?
No.
Lippy, is that off base?
No, I got something off base, so we need to work together. Hashtag Stop Brent, posted by the Rocket.
That is awesome. Stop Brent. Yeah. Well, he I don't know that he's going to reveal a secret. There is no insider trading here. I can't. Hey, Derek Billenhouse. Right on, Derek. Thanks for that. I did get it. So I got them posted up on my phone here. So we're good to go.
We got a full house too. Joe Ransom, Daryl.
I know, man. This is incredible. But I just want to give a big shout out to Brian Esquinia we had a really nice. We probably had a 30-minute conversation last night and just vented. It was it was awesome, and I left feeling so good and so positive about the show. So it's all good. Sometimes you just need another perspective. Do you ever get that? Kinda, sorta.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
always.
Yeah. I usually get the perspective from the other half.
Well, yeah, that's usually the right one, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, if we're smart. But and Lippy's got some great news about ORV and possibly Rainier, so we're going to touch base on that. So we need to wing the results because those are rather time-consuming, right? So what do you say? Tonight's Winner's Circle Wednesday, as always, lately, is brought to you by the good folks at Sea High Performance. If you're serious about racing, you're constantly looking for an edge. A tenth here, a pound there. It's a nonstop pursuit to find a quicker way around the racetrack. Sea High Performance believes to beat the racetrack, you must become the racetrack. And that is the thought process behind all of their innovative speed products. From their line of Superfly bodies and wings to the latest dual-disc center vane Super Brake, it's all about finding a quicker way around the racetrack. With 45 years of innovation, Sea High Performance is dedicated to helping racers of all skill levels find an edge. Whether it's horsepower tuning, chassis dialing, or tire science, it's their commitment to innovation that sets them apart from the rest. Innovation is not what is. It's always been about what can be. So be all you can be with the integrity, innovation, and inspiration of Sea High Performance. Shop online 24/7 at seahighperformance.com. Oh, right on. Results. Jeff, you got all kinds of cool results, huh?
Well, Yes, we do.
Well, first of all, I want to say big shout out to the there's a new series in town. Well, I say in town. It's way out of town, but it's really cool. It's called the Ambush Gator Speedway Series, and it's going to be back there, I believe, in Mississippi. They're going to run June 3rd, July 8th, August 19th, September 2nd and 16th, and then the 10th of or the 14th of October is a rain date. They're going to have UAS. They're going to have the green plate, the purple plates, all that stuff. They're going to have even the junior UAS. $65 with 100% payback, even for the junior UAS. They say if they got an average of 8 cars at these events, they'll have a jacket class. Apparently, meaning right, does that mean you'll get a jacket if?
Oh yeah, must.
If you win. So that's really cool. That's some good stuff back there. You can see the post on the Northwest Facebook page, Race Report Facebook page. It's the Ambush Gator Speedway Series. Pretty cool. Talking to you earlier, Royal Purple Tune-Up, Spokane, K&N. They didn't get it in. I looked for some stuff. Only thing that I saw there was I saw Joey Nelson was fast time, but that wasn't even for the K&N stuff. So they probably didn't even get it in, right? As far as I know, I don't know.
I didn't see no results, but the way everybody was talking, they were trying to run it. So
yeah, I don't know.
It was like 11 o'clock, and people were leaving.
Crazy. And that's the unfortunate thing right there. Mother Nature doing it again. But Evergreen, the Evergreen Health Monroe Foundation night was going on at Evergreen, and Nat Barber wins the mini stocks. Brad Thomas and Brian Cottrell 1, 2, 3. Zach Larson wins the Outlaw Figure 8. Seth Funden and Nicole Pollard was third. And I got to say, I've been saying it every week, Stinger 8s, my boy is on fire. Cody Hoops is your winner, baby. That dude's on fire. That's 2 in a row for the Hoopmeister. Gary Rardon was second, and Jason Wilson was third. I got to get out there to see those Stingers. My boy Cody Hoops is killing it. I'm just thinking it's cool. Street Stocks went to Steve Woods. Roger the Dodger Drake was second. Do you know Roger Drake?
No.
Roger Drake's a wheelman, and he's helped out a lot of guys. He was up at the
Little volume
Oh, you need a little volume?
on the bottom there.
Oh, what are you talking about? What? Oh, here?
That one, yeah. There we go. Perfect.
Right. Oh, you couldn't hear it?
We got a request for more.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now we're in the red. Is that better, guys?
There you go.
Yeah, baby. Okay, sorry about that. So, live for today. Amen, Scott Warning. Late models. Jeff Knight goes 2 for 2. Trenton Moriarty. I got to see this guy, too. What is going on here with this thing? Let's see. Gilliand won. Really? Let's see. Turn up. Gilliand won. Dan Watkins. So they did get it in. Gilliand won. Okay. Well, I guess I missed that one. So he said way better. Okay, good deal. Took a minute, but it's up. Good. Well, that I'm not Tony. I'm not even going to comment on that one. I'm going to leave that one. I'm going to leave that one alone, buddy. You know what I'm saying? It took a minute, but it's up. Okay. Gotcha. Whatever you say. But late models, Trenton Mortier and Dan Moore. Do you know Dan Moore? I've never heard of it. And Chad Fitzpatrick. Do you know Chad Fitzpatrick? Naima Lang was 5th. So, that's what happened at Evergreen. I'm surprised. That was Friday night. Did it rain Friday? Was it nasty Friday or was it nice? I thought it was kind of Evergreen got it in. So, if Evergreen gets it in, that's usually it's, they're rained out with their, right? I mean, it's weird how they either get it in or they don't. It's kind of crazy, but, and then get this. Down at Dixon, Super 600, the micros. Guess who wins that, Lippy?
Go Fish.
He won BK6.
Really?
Michael Lawton. Dude is killing it down there.
Wow.
I know. He owns down there at Dixon. Super 600 goes to Michael Lawton. Greg DeCaries was second, and Jessica McManus. Do you know her? Jessica McManus? I haven't heard either. I've seen the name, but Psycholand, Chase, is it Madick? He wins it. Landon Brooks second. Colby Juarez was third. Taylor Nelson and Josiah Ribeiro. That's for Kevin Bridges if he's listening. That's my. It's not quite as good as Ryan Fernandez, but you get the double R's. You know who else can double R really good? My sister. She does. Okay. I just thought you might want to know that.
I
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Now we know. Next time I see her, I'm going to ask her.
Yeah, Ryan Fernandez. She's really good. Caden Butler took the intermediates. Sportsman went to Brian Seam. Box stock went to Ryland Renaud. Samuel Harper won beginner box. And intermediate went to Carson Souza. Yeah, and then I got a couple of shout-outs. Remember the Gold Cup we couldn't find? I ran through, so I'm just going to quickly go through a couple just to give some shout-outs because I forgot them. Billy Weber, he won on the first day on Saturday, was third on Sunday in Senior 206. So showing his versatility is Billy Weber. Mike Shorn, he was second and first in the World Formula Heavy Pro, which used to be formerly the Nitro Radish World Formula Series, in which Jonathan Brown he's probably got the most records in that division, most wins, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, see, double AR. Yeah, see, isn't she awesome? So Brian Green took home a sixth and a first in World Formula Pro. Mark Reese took home a second and a fourth. Brian Green said he was sixth because he dumped Mark Reese in the first day in the first heat in turn one. I said, did you? He said, yeah, I got into him. I turned him, whatever. So he was cool about it.
Oops.
Remo Rashidi wins a pair of them in shifter. Kevin Jander's a pair of them in stock Honda. Get this. Matt Morgan is running a shifter now. You probably don't know Matt Morgan. You probably don't either, but he was a young kid, came up through the ranks, Rotax junior, senior. Now he's in a shifter. Travis Henson was third. He ran pretty good. Let's see. Monroe Jordan, Mojo, my boy. Ched Folis Motorsports. A second and a fifth. And good stuff. Greg Normandin won the 206 OSKCS last weekend. Get this. Brian Green, Shorn are leading it, coming to the last lap. Normandin's in third. He says, I know he's going to try to shove it in there off the sweeper. They go off the sweeper and they come back around on a little jog, and then there's you whoa up and there's a tight right-hander. It's almost like a 90. It's like a hairpin. And most guys go way out wide so they can get a run at it, but it leaves the door open for a guy to run in there and try to do a little shove her in and slide job. Well, they got tangled up. Normandin drives underneath both of them on the last lap.
Wow.
He wins it. I was so ticked. I was like, I wish I would have been there to call that, right? That would have been so cool. Don't run to the bottom. It's just cool when they finish like that. I asked Brian, were you mad? No, he said, I wasn't too mad. So that was good stuff. This weekend, OSKCS is going to be in McMinnville. So, boom, boom, back-to-back rounds. The Gold Cup. Go ahead.
Back to my home stomping ground.
Yeah, baby. Mac?
Yeah, I grew up just about 10 miles away from there.
In a town called
Sheridan, Oregon.
Shelton, Oregon?
Sheridan.
Oh, Sheridan?
Now it's...
Is it Sheridan or Sheridan?
Sheridan.
Sheridan. I shared them. Gold Cup. Memorial Day weekend at Boise. Long drive.
Yeah.
June 22nd or June 23rd, 25th, they're going to be at Chilliwack. July 7th through the 9th, they're going to be right here at Mountain High. Come see Glenn Lippy Tower make his pavement debut.
Yeah, right.
I'll
be there.
What are you laughing at? You're gonna do it, man. If I gotta go crew chief for you, we're gonna go get her done.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna go show them what
Gonna
up.
pull out that old top card off the shelf.
That's
and get
it.
her done.
You know what? I'll get Hugler to get us a top card. We'll get her done. Sumas the 18th through the 20th of August, and then September 1 through 3 is at Tri-Cities. And my last thing before we get going, before I give it over to Jeff, those of you that know, you'll remember him, Lippy, from Oakwood. Richard Fastman Thompson. Right? You tell me. Okay, we're just going to, really quick. Is he genuine, or is he as genuine as they get?
Oh, yeah. For real.
He is looking for a sponsor. He's got a street stock that he races at South Sound. And I'm going to tell you, if you want to help a guy out, I don't think he needs new stuff. He said he needed some tires, maybe some takeoffs and, an oil filter, some, whatever. But if you want to help a guy that's just truly a good guy, help out Richard Fastman. I just like him. I'm not. He gave a phone number and all that stuff. But if you want to contact him, you can help him out. You've got some old junk, you want to give him that he can maybe go through and use. Get a hold of him. It's fastmanthompson@yahoo.com is his email. Drop him an email. Say, hey, I might have some parts for you. Be happy to sponsor. He runs at South Sound. He came from the mowers, and he's just a super good guy. He's just a super good guy.
All heart.
I lied, Jeff. You're almost on. The results. I missed these last week. Derek Biddle had the East-West 206 series. They were at Spokane. Tag Senior went to Burt Gasaway. Nikki Johnston, great young talent. He was second. Megan Camara. Maybe it's Camera. Anyway, Megan was third. Tag Junior went to Carson Blakesley. World Formula, David Robinson, Diane Perry. She's a Charger. And Riley Flannery. Kid Karts went to Colin Mims. Ella Playbon was second. Ben Corkery was third. Junior won. Riley Miller, Cameron Blakesley, and Ryan Hansen. 206. Here's a name I have not heard in I don't know how long. 206 Senior, Andrew Zimmer.
Where's he been?
Is right. Second goes to Nikki Johnston. Ray Tosi third. Will Krassel. Great guy. He was fourth. Then they had the OSKCS. This was Pat's Acres. World Formula Heavy. 12 entries. Greg Normandin, Mark Westcott, Brian Green, David Shorn.
Wow.
Mark Westcott's a stud. He rides a Burrell, and he's very good. Junior 1, 206. Colton Mullen, Ethan Kodiga, Ian Gritzmacher, Brennan Gregg, and Bryce Smark. 206 Light, Dalton Ager, Brady Ager, David Shorn. How about that was sweet. 206 Heavy, Daniel Mendy, Carl Otto, Junior 206 Thomas Olson, Tag Senior, another sleeper dude, Stuart Welker. Boy can roll. Guaranteed he can roll. Scott Schobert and Randy Word. Randy Word is Word Racing, great guy. He has the Oregon 2-cycle championship series as well. Tag Masters went to Greg Hall, Rick Howard, Sean Howard, and Rotax. S2 Honda Shifter Light, Tyler Shepard, Jonathan Brown, and Michael Lundeen.
Wow.
You saw Jonathan Brown in a 206. Dude was he was lights out good. Honda Shifter Heavy, Nick Reel, Mark Dahl, Matt Reel. Gosh, Matt Reel. I wonder if those are in relation to Brandon Reel. SEMA Winter Series, makeup race number 3. Geez, he had all kinds of stuff. Junior 2, 206 went to L.A. Musgrave. Samuel Barrera Garcia. He was second. That's my boxing match voice, just so you know. And Kieran Rogers, Senior Light, went to Jeff Janders. Jerry Windsor, James Baker, Billy Weber. Billy Weber! Dude's an asphalt master. There he is again. He's everywhere. 206 Heavy, Rob Schorler, Scott Wilson, Keith Bell. Shifters went to Adam Isman, Kevin Janders, Andrew Wilson. All top talent right there. Junior 1 Tag, Massimo Valiante.
He just lives.
You're liking
he just lives for these names.
You love it. Only the ones I can do good, though. Gabe Butner and Kieran Hartley finished out Junior 1. Tag Masters, they had 7 entries. Frank Berthelot, Gary Ochi, and Nick Morrow. Tag Senior went to Adam Isman, Andrew Bryan, and Monroe Jordan. Tag 3 Junior went to Ellie Musgrave, Mario Gill. Third was Samuel Barrera Garcia. Evan Arnold took Junior 2. PSGKA results. Jeez, man, I didn't say 6 months worth. I just said the couple that I missed.
6 months worth.
Gosh, dang it. Tag PRD Masters, 8 entries. Alex Westland, Jeff Westland, and Wade Jansen. Minimax went to Jonathan Miles. Junior 1 206 went to Jacob Rinka. Hunter Hasseltine, very good talent. And Layla Cody. Junior 1 Animal, Stefan Craw, Bronson Cantrell, and Alex Wilson. Senior 206 went to Ryan Kasner. He also won at SEMA on Saturday. Jacques Records, Jeremy Bolstad, very good driver, and Brandon McCorkle, stud. World Formula, David Carson, Tom Bailey, Mark Snell. Rotax Jr. went to Drew Wagner, Gabe Nito. Junior 206, Garrett Hossel, Cole Faker, Sebastian Craw. Shifter, 7 entries, Jeff Westland, Mateo De Leon, Alex Westland, and John Caragonis. Snake River Carter's race 2. Dude, did you give me the whole series? I can't go through all these. How are we missing all these? There's no way.
Because nobody's giving them to us.
William Ginn won that. I think we did this one. Jacob Smith took Junior 206. Senior Animal went to Jeff Shaver. World Formula and Tag went to Jake Bates. Shifter went to Miles Peterson. Probably the most versatile driver in karting on the pavement, bar none. Brent Galvin, Gaitan Ertl third. Tri-Cities Kart Club, Bryce Peterson wins it. Eric Hubley, Derek Biddle third. Wow, what? Northwest Kart Dates third. Justin Walsh, Mackenzie Walsh, Tanner Korinkowitz. Thank you very much. Bryce Peterson and Seth Apple. Junior 1 206, Trey Arnzen, Harrison Budzik, Tegan Fletcher, Derek Hurling, Laura Lee Owen. Junior 2, Zach Fransky. Ooh, that's DeMar's cousin. Garrett Pointer, Wesley Hanna, Peter Minnick, Jake Sessler, Kid Cart, Aiden Hansen, Jocelyn Strait, Cooper Burdo, Cannon DeLong, Kalana Hall, Senior PRD, Richard Worley, Chris Worley, Matthew Logis, Junior Rotax, Seth Apple, Gabe Sessler, Mini Rotax, Mini Max went to Jake Sessler, Senior Rotax, Chris Mann, Michael Groff, Sean Mann, Jeff Slough, and Tanner McGuire. Show me the money, young boy. And Trey Arnzen is first in Briggs 206 weekly series at Tri-Cities Kart Club. Harrison Budzik is third for Junior 206. Justin Walsh is second in TC Casey's. Kellen Dean is seventh. And Koronkowitz is 11th. I'm assuming that's in 206. So good stuff. Big shout out to Derek Biddle. Jeffrey, you're on. We got a few minutes. Here we go.
Madras, Oregon. That's the only place that got to race in Oregon last weekend. On Friday night, they had the night before the Bill Mills Memorial, sponsored by Mark's Auto Body. The juniors went to Hunter Johnson, Samantha Packard, and Shane O'Hare. Late models, Colin Weinberger, Jason Johnson, and Kyle Cohn. Mini trucks, Cole Newman, Chase Heiser, and Chad Christensen. Sportsman class, Chris C.
Chris C?
C.
C High Performance? Just kidding.
Close. Justin Russell and Shannon Horn. Modifieds went to Jesse Williamson, Sean Maya, and Colin Weinberger was third.
Superman.
Night 2. The juniors with Samantha Packard, Tyler Pagel, and Shane O'Hare. Late models, Jeremy Shank, Colin Weinberger, and Jesse Roberts. Mini trucks went to Chance Heiser, Cole Newman, and Chad Christensen. Sportsman, BJ Wild, Chris Sign, C.
How do you spell it?
I don't care.
S-E-A-Y?
No, it's S-I-N-E.
Sign, I think is how I would say it.
Well, you put it. I didn't.
You said Chris C. That works.
No.
There's no R.
Modifieds, Cullen Weinberger.
Weinbarger. Yeah, you can't do that. It's got to be double R's.
Oh, sorry.
That's
Jeremy
okay.
Shank and Nick Trenchard. They had a really decent turnout. Skagit. They got the race in, and I don't know how. It was raining in between everything. Sportsman Sprints went to Devin Barnes. Kelsey Carpenter was second. Steve Parker third. Bailey Jean was a 10th.
Good. That's not
Yeah.
bad.
No, they said it was a hard-fought race for her, and she did a good job. Modifieds, Kevin Smith, Kyler Moore, and Austin Kerrigan. Outlaw Tuners, Clint Means, Kevin Roeder, and DJ Browner. This weekend coming up, if you're into drag racing, the 44th annual Baxter Auto Parts season opener at Woodburn Drag Strip. Jet cars, funny cars, alcohol dragsters, they'll all be there.
Swing. Hey, I got a couple things here, too. In the news, I forgot a couple here. Check this out. Tag Senior was Remo Rashidi, Kevin Janders, Jamie McAllister, Adam Isman, Brandon Cusack, Matt Moniz, and Ricky Worley.
Go, Ricky.
Dude, that's a squad. Matt Moniz, arguably one of the finest junior drivers ever to exist around here. Jamie McAllister, Adam Isman, all Italcar guys. Remo just landed a big deal. I don't know if you saw it. He's got a big deal going on. I'll get more info on that because it's a good deal and he's very deserving of it. And I got a thing in the mail, collector's inaugural issue of CC Racer.
That's awesome.
This is a good magazine. I mean, Joe's has got the back cover, and it was sent courtesy of Joe. So if Joe Constance, if you sent this to me, I love you, man, because this is what I need to learn more about the open wheel stuff. It looks like they've got some really good articles. It almost looks like it's done by Speedway Illustrated, but it's super nice. The magazine for micros, minis, lights, and dwarfs.
Nice.
CC Racer. On your newsstand now, $4.99. That's a thick magazine for $4.99. 2017 inaugural thing. And Mikey Clark is going to debut his new Jess Tanner dwarf cart, or not tonight, but Saturday night at Banks.
Ah.
But here's the coolest thing ever. This is the coolest part about all of that. Those of you that know True Tech Automotive, they help out the show. Mikey's mom, Heather, she went through cancer. And so while she was doing that, she also homeschooled the kids. And she's homeschooled Mikey since he was in the 4th grade. And she just graduated him from high school.
Wow.
All right.
So Mikey Clark, man, dude, that's awesome. You got through high school. I've always said a dumb racer never goes very far.
Nope.
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 That's why I didn't go very far.
You and me both.
You know what I'm saying? But
School?
But True Tech did just get approved for 4 more bays. That's going to be just down on their shop. True Tech Automotive, Vancouver. So now they can do alignments, and they're just fire. So things are blowing up for True Tech.
For sure.
Yeah. So the cool thing is I get to raise their monthly rates every month. I'm just kidding. No, so it's really exciting news for them. So Banks, I don't know who's going down, but Mikey Clark going to be debuting his new dwarf car that Just Turner ride. So good stuff. That's exciting, right?
Definitely. Nice.
And then we had some horrible news from PIR. What was that all about, Jeff?
A young lady by the name of Kelly Johnson lost her life down there last Saturday on a road bike.
Like not a pedal bike, but a road racer.
Road race bike. She was a very accomplished road racer. They didn't give very much as far as the details other
It's
than
all right.
the family was grateful to everybody that tried
The
to help
pouring
and do all the things that they could. But so
Yeah, when I mean, I think we've all discussed, and not to take away any of this, but when it's your time, it's you know what I mean. We're not going to stop it.
nope.
It just hopefully you've. That's why it's so important to make peace and tell everybody you love them all the time, right? I mean, you just never know. It's just super short. That's too bad. So Northwest Race Report gives out our condolences to the entire family. That's really a bum deal. So you know what? We got to do this. We'll be right back. The 3 most expensive things you'll do in your life are buy a house, educate your kids, and go racing. What you don't need is another expense, and that's why you take your car and tow rigs to TruTech Automotive to ensure that they are maintained and repaired the right way with the right parts at the right price. And how's this for right? Extended to all racers is the In the Family 25% discount off of all preventative maintenance and repair labor. All you have to do is use the discount code NWRR to save. Now that's right. Get it done the right way, the TruTech way. TruTech Automotive, 6900 Northeast Highway 99, Hazeldale, Washington. 360-571-2302. All right. Here's a question. And a lot of us, we ask about it. But, Chizzy in the house. What's up?
He's been hanging around. Jennifer Smart, too.
I don't want to make a big deal about this, but I do think it's important that we all know. Ohio Valley Administrator Scott Warning called me over the weekend. We had a super good chat. He was super excited. Joe Warning wins back-to-back back there. He won at Lawrenceburg.
Wow.
Yeah. He's on fire right now. Joe Warning is. But I also found out, and it's going to be cool. Everything's good. And he said it's going around, so he wanted me to know straight out, but he's got cancer.
Oh.
And so, but they've caught it in time. He's already started his therapy. He said he's feeling great, but he just said, I don't have time to get held down by this. I'm not going to be burdened by it. Attitude to everything. So he's hustling, going, but he just wanted everybody to know that they caught it. They don't foresee him not, making it or anything. I mean, you never know, but I mean, he's saying he's very confident with it all. And so, but nonetheless, he said, and that's why I wasn't on the show for a couple weeks, because I was trying to regroup. Well, you think?
Yeah, for sure.
Right? You think? So, Scott Warning, just know this, man. From the bottom of my heart, I do love you. You've been a big supporter of the show, and I can't wait to meet you in person, along with a lot of other people. And I'm not trying to get all heavy and soft and stuff, but it's important that everybody know. I just think how we feel about him, right? I mean,
Exactly.
we don't know each other. We've been on Facebook. It's just been all that stuff, but it just goes to show you that for all the bad that Facebook gets, there's a lot of dang good in it too, and we tend to just always see the yucky stuff. So, good news and bad news for Scott Warning, but the good news is he says, man, don't be worrying. I'm gung ho. I'm going to be killing it. So, that's awesome stuff. That's super awesome stuff.
Keep you in our prayers.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
for sure. I'll
Yes.
be doing that tonight for sure.
But where do we draw the line on safety? We talk helmets. We talk everything, right? We talk cars. We were just talking about the other day, wanting the door bars to be plated, and they were saying we need to be in the J. Can we have another year? You talk about seat belts. You talk about the helmets and the approval rating and the update of the 2015 thing. I mean, you know what I mean? It just goes on and on and on and on. Jeff brought up he's got a great type, and some of you may have seen it, but I'm just curious. I mean, and get on the chat line. Let us know, what you think about it. But where do you draw the line on safety? If there was a track that you went to that you frequented often and there was no ambulance, the question is, would you pack up and go home, or would you stay and roll and take your chances?
It's a good question. Last weekend, the whole ASCS deal left the racetrack because of no ambulance.
What are your thoughts, Lip?
My thoughts. Well, in the karting industry, we run with a lot of motorcycle shows who do not employ a EMT or a ambulance. So We continue to race in those atmospheres. I'm not. It's not high on my list. At all of our club events, I do hire an EMT that is there to evaluate the situation and decide what should happen at that point, and I think that is vital. And I prefer that. But a lot of the situations around here, we don't have that. Rainier doesn't run one generally. They don't have an ambulance. I know a few other tracks up north do the same thing. They don't have the people there. So it is concerning, definitely concerning.
Well, Sean Carson's no ambulance or medical at all?
Well, they had, this was at Springfield Raceway back in Missouri. They had, the track promoter had taken, in the fire truck, had gathered up what he had access that they would need.
Right.
So
he had medical supplies and stuff there on hand.
He had the fire extinguisher.
and they supposedly,
and the Band-Aid.
And supposedly they're supposed to, they got people that can take care of it. I don't know whether they're qualified EMTs, what the deal was.
Right.
The story hasn't really gotten out all the way, and I went back on websites tonight. Still nothing really there other than...
That's okay, and we don't really need an answer. We're not looking for blame here, right?
No, and I don't want to blame there. But a gentleman had a fuel leak, and all you guys know in a sprint car you're running methanol. So by the time he realizes he's had a fuel leak, he is soaking wet with it. He rolls to a stop. Something sparked it. He's on fire. So he jumps out. He's rolling around. One of the other sprint car guys comes over and jumped on top of him to smother the fire out. So by this time, then
they're both on fire, or
no? Actually, Blake got Jeremy out. So now they're realizing they've got a problem. This is pretty extensive. So the fire crew, they're over there and stuff, but from the time that they called the ambulance till he got to a hospital was over an hour. If an ambulance had been on site, we could have been a half hour. I don't know how... burn yourself on an exhaust pipe. How much does that hurt?
Hurts like hell.
Take a third-degree burn, and you didn't get no pain medicine or nothing for over an hour? It's kind of troubling to me.
I would have to agree. I mean,
because I don't care how you put it. There is valuable time if you have to call an ambulance and it has to come in. And a sprint car, they're running and they're getting bigger and bigger because they're running more and more laps. So there's some of them are running 30-gallon fuel cells.
Mm-hmm.
What happens? You get the other night, Jock Hattenshill, he got in a wreck and the thing come off the fuel cell come out of the back of the car. It's just blowing fuel everywhere. I mean, they got it out, but it could have been a really disaster.
Jeff, I can't agree with you more. And and the big guy that started all this, even on the UAS side, was Andy Foley. Remember, he was at they were at Tennessee, one of the big fast tracks, and he went upside down, right? And of course, they've got, now they're carrying bigger cells, and some of those guys, not all, but some of those guys are running methanol. And it goes upside down. How many cars do we see go upside down? Okay. How many times have you seen it catch on? Hardly ever. I've seen more clutches from Jeremy Brown catch on fire than I have. Just kidding, Jeremy. But I'm just saying, so now here he is upside down, trapped with a 450-pound go-kart on top of him, and the thing decides it's going to light the fuel that's on the ground that's dripped. So now he's... Poof. So if it wasn't for Wes Snow getting over there, getting the cart up off top of him, and I think he still got burned pretty good.
He did.
So, yeah. No, I mean, we don't... I don't know that we think about... oh yeah, what are the odds? Very 100% true, right? I mean, 9 times out of 10, nothing is going to happen. But it's that one time.
Yeah, the one. He gave me 99%. Sean, and you're right. I know up here, everybody.
Sean Hubbard, at the big tracks here, They have an ambulance on site. Even Deming has a stocked ambulance.
And see here, I'm trying to think of what year it was, and I was down there at Grays Harbor, and it was an NST race, and all of a sudden everybody realized there was no ambulance in the infield. They hadn't got there.
Well, listen to Daryl Kelso. He says, daughter gave up a day of racing to escort a man having a heart attack at the track with no ambulance. See, so, I mean, I don't know. Was this guy even a racer, Daryl? I don't know. So, I mean, you got a normal guy, somebody in the stands. So, you don't bring an ambulance in for the people at the stands, but they're gonna go to work on him if something happens. You're right. And that reminds me of the insane one. Remember, Lip, I was telling you, Mike, I'm trying to remember his last, Mike, forgive me. But he come out of the car, hit head first, hit backwards, and his head flopped back and hit the thing, knocked him out. So then it rolls forward. Well, he's got 35 carts all, he's running top 4. So he's got 35 carts coming. He's laying off the passenger side of the go-kart with his head past the Nerf bar. There was a couple carts, I swear to God, another 2 inches, and he would have been done. It would have hit him in the head, and that would have been lights out. But we had to wait. It took over an hour for the life flight to get there. That was just the life flight thing.
Yeah, but life flight
different, but still, that's all there was. So it's back to what you're saying. So how do you stabilize them for that hour when you really don't?
Well, you go back to you're talking about life flight. It's Seattle when they run the national event, when the Top Fuel, the Funny Car, and the Pro Stock cars run. There is life flight sitting at the racetrack. They fly them in before they run.
Right, and and Lippy, I bet you agree too. For those guys, you have. I mean, they're so fast, so. But what about our level? The Predators, the go-kart. I mean, really, what do you think? You said sometimes I don't think. I mean, there's one there, but you don't think much about it because we haven't had that scary. Well, we've had some deaths, but never right close to super home.
Gentlemen, if you'll go to Harley White Racing, and it's spelled with an I.
Ladies and gentlemen,
go into her bio and look at her bio, and it was in it was her first race. She got burnt 50% of her body, and she's got pictures in there where she shows where she's burned on her back and her legs and stuff from this horrendous fire she was in.
Sean Herbert says, but the bigger question to me is fire-trained officials.
Yeah, there's something.
We saw that up at Wenatchee, right? When Shane Mitchell it hit and it came down and it smacked right front first, broke the fuel pump right off the block. Up in flames he goes. I mean, they had to drag him out. I mean, he was in there for a long time. So, I don't know. Lippy, do you feel that should be a requirement? I mean, why? I guess my question would be, why isn't that a requirement?
As far as having
yes.
In karting, my insurance says if the EMT or we'll just say the ambulance is more than 17 minutes away, then they need to be at the track. So if they're under 17 minutes away, then it's acceptable to just have an EMT on site. But other than that, if it's more than 17 minutes out, then you need to have them on site. That's what my insurance
So they're assuming
says.
then that the EMT can get there, diagnose, stabilize, and have ready for when the ambulance gets there in 15 minutes.
Right. Basically, that's what they're after.
Well, and if it's like at Woodburn, we never had we had an ambulance on site, but it was our ambulance.
So there was no real 100% trained personnel there.
No, they were EMTs from Woodburn. They manned it,
but it was Woodburn's ambulance.
Woodburn's ambulance. So there was you didn't transport with that. So what happened was you went flying. I mean, instantly it was 911. That phone went on it. They went down, and usually by the time they got down there, got the situation assessed, and got stabilized, the ambulance was there.
Yeah. So they started calling right away.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good choice.
That is a good choice. And I guess so carting. I mean, the insurance wise, so it is not a mandatory thing unless the ambulance is over 17 minutes. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yeah,
and
that's-
then they've got to have something on site.
Yes.
And so you come out of ORV. They come out of
McCleary.
McCleary. So.
Yeah. So I'm 15 minutes away on the nose at 15 minutes away. So they don't require me to have it, but they do require me to have an EMT there that is fully, they have to come with their bags and everything.
Biddle sends a good thing too. He says all carting officials should be CPR trained. I mean, really, as a human being, I think we all should be trained. Really, if you think about it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, are you CPR? I'm
Yes.
sure you are. How often do you renew it?
Every year.
You do go every year.
Yeah, we have class.
I remember college was the last time I looked at it. Could I save somebody's life if I did? I don't know. Maybe things changed, but maybe that's a wake-up call to maybe some of us could go take one of them. I mean, what's a class? It can't be much, right? Dave Chisholm, fat-fingered spelling. See, Jeff, I remember GHR a couple years ago when fire equipment was an issue, right?
Yeah. But that was when they got together and they started building the water trucks. I mean, each one of their trucks got their own sufficient water systems in it. When the World Outlaws tell you got one of the best fire crews that they've ever been around, you're
You're a lucky track.
yeah.
Sean Carr says it seems like it comes down to the dollar factors. What can the track afford to have on hand? I think a better question is, what is the track? What are we willing to give up so that they can afford to have an ambulance there? Well, I mean, really, what is, you know what I mean? And I'm not trying to point fingers or anything. It's just
but that becomes a double-edged sword, because if somebody gets hurt bad enough and all of a sudden now you don't have a track because somebody becomes so happy and they take it all away.
right. So so it's not a dollars and cents what you can afford. It should be what are we as race fans and maybe as racers maybe willing to give up to ensure that the track can afford to have
Yeah, exactly.
somebody there. So something, because when something bad happens,
It's always
and they go after everybody. The flag, anybody that's involved, they go after them. I mean, even when you wouldn't think. Bill Heddick went through that many years ago when he was the guy that ran the Gold Cup, right? He took all the money and he took, set up the day sheets and the time and all that. Well, when the kid got killed, they came after him, and said, it was his fault that, well, you got to look at the track. Ultimately, I think, and Sean Carr said this one other time, is if you look at the track and you think it's unsafe and you don't like it and you say something and nothing's going to happen,
don't go out there.
don't go out there. That's really on you. You can't go out there after you say that and then want to come back and hang them for it. I mean, that's I don't.
And that's basically what the ASCS did. They took a stand.
Right.
We're
not mad. We're not.
No, they weren't. They just said,
It's not worth it to us to race on that.
Are you going to get an ambulance here? And the guy said no.
And they said,
we're out of here. So
We're leaving.
And as far as it comes down to, if you look on ASCS schedule, it just says race canceled.
beauty. But let that be a lesson, and Darrell Kelso said on there, the guy wasn't a racer, but they said he would have passed away anyway because of the heart attack, when his daughter helped him out. So, dollars suck. Isn't that the truth? Especially in racing, it's that's why we left Spokane a couple weeks ago, LOL.
Well,
Now go deeper than that, Ronnie. Was it safety, or was it because the racetrack wasn't done, or was there? Well, I guess there was no ambulance either.
I don't know about an ambulance. I know the track wasn't ready when it was supposed to be ready, but to go back to an ambulance, I looked into having one at our ORV track, and it's $750 to have an ambulance there with two personnel in it.
Yeah, because they have to roll it too.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I get it's expensive, and
Yeah.
it does suck. But what do we preach on the show a lot of times? Don't sacrifice, weight or anything for the sake of safety. I mean, you'll buy $1,000 axle or whatever it is that you need, but a guy won't spend $350 for a good double layer fire suit. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Or you see somebody running a fire suit and they got deck shoes on.
Right.
I come across a conversation this week on Facebook that was about the helmets. Everybody knows the helmets are coming up. You got to have a 2010 or newer. And they're talking about people going to sticker shops and having new stickers printed for their old helmets. I mean, come on. What is a helmet? $200, $300? Really? But you're going to go out and spend $50 to have a new sticker printed and stick it in there and then put your head in it?
You know what I say? And, and this is nothing harsh and this is nothing against those people, but you know what? You get whatever you deserve whatever you get when you do that.
Yeah, but their families are going to be the ones that come back and sue us because they did something wrong. And
I don't even see pro wrestling in Washington State is required to have an ambulance at their events. LOL.
Well, sometimes the races have turned it into that.
If that's a true statement, Sean Herbert, that's crazy. Pro wrestling in the state is required to have an ambulance at their events.
Makes sense.
Somebody
could get a paper cut.
You could fall off the top rope.
That's a bummer.
Okay.
You know what? Brandon McCorkle is he's a first aid CPR instructor, racer. So Brandon McCorkle, here's what I'm saying: you need to put a date on, and we'll use the show, and we'll get some people to meet somewhere or something, and you can give all the racers that want to show up and get CPR trained. How cool would that be?
Woohoo! Do you carry certificates?
Performance, not events. So, Jennifer Larson was a performance. Oh, that's calling it what it is right there. So maybe they only need a fake ambulance then. No, I don't know. Well, coming up here in a couple minutes, man, I am so excited for you guys to hear Dave Kolstad. I just think you're going to love his vision. It's going to be just super cool to talk to him. He's taking over Rainier. I'm hoping. I'm hoping that really. You know what a shot in the arm it would be around here to have a Friday night deal like that here, or a Friday or Saturday night deal? I mean, it'd be good for here, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I mean, well, we all know, right? It doesn't matter whether you're drag racing or rounding or even Mac, like the go-kart track. You've been there, right, to Mac? During the day, it's kind of But, boy, I'll tell you what. When they put lights out there at night, that is a whole nother racetrack. I mean, it is just, it's freaking awesome, right? Everything at night is awesome. Pat's Acres at night, if you've never been there at night, it is absolutely epic. I don't know if you saw the pictures, but if you haven't, go to Tri-Cities Kart Club, tckc.net, I think it is, and look at some of the night shots of their track. Absolutely. I mean, if you don't get stoked going to a night race under the lights, whether it's karting or remember Saturday nights. Well, remember how awesome that was?
Oh yeah.
I mean, it was killer.
And then the first night I drove the car, coming to turn one, there's a lightning storm off of turn one.
It was nuts.
It lit the place up even more.
It's just crazy, but it was cool. So night racing's a cool thing. Not to beat a dead horse in Ambassador. Everybody has their opinion on it, but the bottom line is, I think Lippy said it best here a few months ago when we were talking about it. If you look at the track and it's not up to your par, you don't run. And that's a personal decision. It's nothing against the track. I don't think anybody should be upset about that. If you feel that it's unsafe for you or your child to be out there, then by all means, you have every right to say, you know what, I am not I don't want to do this. I mean, I want to do it, but I can't do it, and I'm not going to do it. So
That's the whole.
that's the whole bottom line right there. So stand up for AFCS, right, Lippy, for standing up and taking a stand. Cause,
Yep, it's your decision.
Well, and as a touring group like they are, I mean, they run 3 and 4 nights a week. You know, they can't jeopardize.
Yeah, it's a bond, man.
Yeah.
It really is. But I love that. That's witty, right? Performances, not events. Tell it like it is, lady. I love it. Jennifer Larson Smart. Let's see. Brent Meyer says, we are heading to California to race on the 26th. And Ambulance is like 2 minutes away from the track in Spokane. Well, that's good.
See, that to me, that's acceptable if you got a.
Hey, I know. Let's talk helmets, says Ronnie Cox.
Yeah, he wants to make sure everybody knows that it's got to be a 2010 and newer helmet. Anything older than that is not going to cut it this year at any of our tracks around here. Any of them. So it is part of our pre-tech this year. You will be required to bring your helmet to pre-tech, and it must be a 2010 or newer helmet. That's just all there is to it.
And nobody's being a jerk and trying to get you to spend more money. They're looking out for your, well, Bell says it best. If you got a 10-cent head, wear a 10-cent helmet.
Yeah, and
it doesn't get any truer than that. Right? So hopefully everybody knows that. Let's see. Oh, here we go. All right, we got our caller in now. Coming up, we're going to hit it. Your favorite drivers and people of interest in the motorsports world. It's time for In the Seat, powered by Blue Line Graphics. All right, our Blue Line Graphics In the Seat guest tonight is a guy with a vision. We talked a little bit about last week, and we're going to talk to him in person so he can actually share his vision with us. And his name is Dave Kolstad. What's going on, David?
Hey, Terry, how you doing tonight?
Dude, I am doing awesome. Thanks so much for taking the time to be on the show. I mean, I'm just privileged to have you on here.
Well, I'm privileged to be here talking with you. Excited about getting this season started here pretty quick. We got a couple of weeks to go, and it looks like the weather's finally going to cooperate with us.
Hallelujah, right? You know, I've got a guy here. Yeah. I know how you feel about him personally, but he was on the show before you called in. I'm just kidding. His name is Glenn Tower. So you and Lippy, you guys have been talking a little bit about getting the carts out there at the Rainier Bowl. Is that correct?
Yeah. We're trying to put some stuff together. We're looking at maybe doing a split program and then bringing some of those guys in to run with our program as well. And we're also looking at getting some individual dates for the carts only to get them all out there so that they can do their thing. And when we get too many people, obviously it gets a little stretched for room. So, but we're gonna work them in, and it's gonna make a good, fun program.
Yeah. Well, before we go any further, I want you. I mean, because I took to it like crazy. I mean, I got what you said just right away. But tell our listeners, what is your vision with this Rainier Bowl? I mean, ultimately, what do you want to see come out of all this?
Well, I'm trying to make a fun place for all the families to come. Rainier, it's like a second home for me and my kids, and I know it's that way for a lot of people. So I want to expand on that. We're looking at doing some other kinds of racing out there, bringing some more stuff in, and we're trying to improve the facility too. We've got quite a few things in line to change out there. One of the things we're looking at doing is changing out all the fencing around the track. We want to get it safer for everybody. We're looking at removing the current fence and moving it up the hill away from the track, and getting the power poles moved back away from the track. And we'll have a nice grass runoff area below the track, and we're looking at putting a chain link fence halfway up the hill or so, and it's going to improve the view too. All the spectators, both the pit side and the grandstand side then are going to have a full view instead of looking at the chest up on their side of the track.
That's awesome. You know, I visualize that. Lippy, you visualize how awesome of an idea is that?
Well, yeah, it's a great idea. I didn't know anything about moving the walls, but that is awesome. That really makes it that much more enticing, really, because the walls are close, let's face it. And just to move that stuff back any distance is, wow, that's thinking outside the box and really, you know, making the facility, taking it to the next level. That's what it is. I'm so glad to hear that. I didn't even know anything about that. So, Dave, hats off to you, and, you know, keep up the good work.
Well, that just kind of came about a couple weeks ago. We were out there working on the track, and I had an idea, and Scott Baker showed up to help out on the day that we were working, and he was helping us pick up branches and clean the place up. And Scott and I got to looking at it, and we were bouncing ideas back and forth off of each other, and together we kind of came up with that idea of just getting the wall and the fence away from the track for, you know, just good rider safety. And we're thinking we'll put hay bales down the edge of the track, and we don't want to expand the track. We want to keep the track the size it is because it's a good size for learners, and yet it's big enough for the experts to get on there and really test and have test their abilities and have a good time, and it's good tight racing. So we want to keep the track size the same, but we want to make it safer.
Yeah, and that's really the way to do it. I mean, you know, let's face it, it's you know, coming off the turns where most of our problems are, and it's not that the track's not big enough. It's just that, you know, when people get tangled up, they have to have some place to go. So that's a great vision, and I'm glad you guys are even considering it. I hope it does happen. That would be a big help for everybody. I know the quad guys don't like the walls very much at all there. They're usually the ones that end up in them. So that's great. That's wow.
Yeah, I agree. The walls are no good for anybody, whether it's a bike or a quad or a cart, anything, you know, just hitting the wall is just no good at all. So
well, you know
that's
what?
one of the things we're looking at doing.
Yeah, well, Dave, you did something near and dear to my heart. You updated the PA system there.
I did. Yep. I put quite a bit of money into the PA system. I bought 2 new amps. I went out there with 1,000 feet of new wire, and I completely rewired the whole place. There's not a stitch of old wiring left. I think out of every speaker in PA that was out there, I think I used only 2 of the original PA horns. Other than that, I've added, I think, about 8 or 9 PA horns throughout the pit and the stands. So
right.
It should be all brand new, and we're going to be able to, anybody that's on that mic, we're going to be able to hear what they're saying now.
Oh, you would have heard me anyway, but just kidding.
Without the mic.
Without the mic. But so where did those 2 old speakers go? Did you put those in the restroom?
Yeah, no. Actually, it was 2 that were in the grandstands, and you know, the grandstands gave me the most fit, you know, because I was playing with the wiring and I was testing and hooking up and unhooking and rehooking, and because there was quite a few PAs. I swear that place has been updated quite a few times, but nobody's ever taken a PA horn down. So if you're ever in the grandstand, you go ahead and look up in there, and you'll see there's just a ton of them up in there. One of them's about 3 feet in diameter. So yeah, I was trying to figure out if any of that stuff worked, and yeah, hardly any of it did.
He said 3 feet in diameter.
It's big. I wouldn't even want to try to carry that thing down out of there. It's huge. It's on the far end.
I'll come and get it.
Of the grandstand.
That's probably the reason it's still up there.
I'll come and get it. No, but
yeah, it makes some great wall art.
Well, you know, that's just awesome. You know, and here was the part that I loved about your vision the most was just that, like you said, when I was a kid, I lived there. And, you know, I don't care if it's jalopies or destruction derbies or, you know, bikes or bicycles or whatever it is. if you've got a place when you were a kid, I know for me it was Portland Speedway. That's something you don't forget.
Yeah.
That's something you never forget, are those days when you went to the racetrack.
Yes. Yeah, that place, it doesn't matter what you're watching there, whether you're a fan of bikes or quads or karts, whatever you happen to be watching there, that Rainier is just a fun place to be. The atmosphere is great. The people are great.
And it's a small town. It's going to bring everybody, you're going to have the signs hanging up in the shop. Oh, no, we're out of here. We're down at the racetrack if you need us. That's the cool thing. Is the whole town rallies behind something like that. And that's what I'm hoping that you get a ton of support for, because I just think it would be can you imagine Friday and Saturday night in Rainier? What else is there to do?
Yeah, it's a kick in the butt. I know when I go in the little coffee shop there on Saturday mornings, I talk to the gals, and they have to bring in extra help on race weekends because that town that normally doesn't see a lot of people. And when the race weekend gets there, it just floods them, and they can't keep up with the breakfast sandwiches and the coffees. And so they really love having the track there as well.
See, yeah. So people, those of you just tuning in or those that may not have heard, Dave Kolstad, he's the new promoter at Rainier, and he is doing some super cool things. Man. Well, now...
We lightened our schedule up a little bit this year because the weather hit us so hard last year. But next year we're looking at bringing back a full schedule and doing a lot of stuff, even separately. Having bike and quad stuff, bike and kart stuff on different weekends and together also.
I definitely want
to have a much larger schedule next year.
I definitely want to be a part of that. I'm gonna talk to you before I do it. I really want to be a part of that. I think I'm just behind that whole vision of that, and it's kind of my hometown. I live in Lacey, so I'm not too far away, but. It's just I could just feel the vibe already, what it would be like. It would be super cool. Super cool.
Yeah, it's pretty fun there when the place fills up and all the kids are running around and everybody's having a good time. I really enjoy it.
Well, here's what I can tell you, Dave. As long as you keep Lippy happy, he's easy to deal with.
That's good. That's
right?
Good.
If you just keep him happy, you won't have any trouble. No, he's a great guy. He's a stand-up guy. He will give you the shirt off his back and then some. I'm just saying, I just think it's awesome that you're taking a look at doing some of that, because it might not be huge at first, like anything. It takes a little time for it to get. But man, could you imagine being able to do some of that stuff on Friday, Saturday nights locally? It would just be, it would just be awesome.
It is a
great.
Yeah,
we like it out there. There's some other good stuff going on in flat tracking right now too. I'd like to mention.
Let's do it. Go ahead.
There's been a new group put together called Flat Track Safety Group down in California, and it's kind of a first of its kind for flat tracking. And that's got Brian Bartlow, Randy Kremlisek, I think is how you say his name, and Vince Holt's involved in that, and Brad Baker's also involved in that. And they're putting together a safety program to go around and look at the tracks and look at safety gear, and they're doing some teaching. I know this weekend they're having a little class for all the beginners coming to the mile, and it's pretty exciting to be teaching those guys and getting some safety stuff going for them.
For sure. You just made the loader's day, because he's been all over the safety thing. So
yeah.
That's
it's been pretty. It's been pretty. We've had some tragedy here in the last year in the flat track community and the road race community as well. The safety thing for me is having a son that races and all the kids. It doesn't matter if it's my son or not. I don't want to see anybody hurt doing what we love to do.
Amen.
Well, Dave,
yeah,
well, I don't want to interrupt you, buddy. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, you go ahead. You finish up.
I was going to say, we lost a really good friend last weekend. I wanted to just say something to everybody for her out there. We had a real good friend, Kelly Johnson, who lost her life road racing last weekend.
Yep.
Yeah, we Jeff found that, and we did a little piece on her for the start of the show. But,
Yeah.
you know, quickly, we got time for one more. But what, you know, quickly tell us. You know, we were talking this afternoon. You said you went to the track. You said, "Man, every time I've got to use this place, we've got to bargain on price. I don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah.
I want to lease this place."
Right? Yeah, I had a long talk with the president of the Sportsman's Club yesterday, and we bounced some ideas back and forth. And I've got a lot of stuff written down, and him and I are going to sit down here real soon and look at these different ideas and try to figure out which one looks the best and what he likes and what I like, and then he's going to take it to their board. And I'm working on leasing the place outright, so that by doing so, you know, I can expand and I can offer the track to some of these other groups at a better price. I want to get the prices down for everybody. That way we can utilize the facility more. And then the Sportsman's Club, you know, they're a nonprofit. All their stuff goes to donations. They give their money out to kids for scholarship funds, and they help the needy and things like that. And they run the concession stand themselves. And all that money goes to support their club and to support the organizations that they support. So by bringing in more racing, they can run their concession stand more, and they can give out more scholarships, and they can help the needy more, and all that kind of stuff.
So you're in the belief that if you give enough, you get enough.
Yeah, that's it. You know, if we can get the prices lower, you know, it's just the old supply and demand thing. You know, if we can get the prices down, you know, more people are going to come, and then it'll be better for everybody.
Amen.
Boy, I mean, how refreshing is that? You're right. I mean, that's not even a hint of, well, yeah, I'm just going to try to get you in here, and then we're going to lay the hooks to you. No, you know, it's not. But, you know, I will say, Dave, Matt Strebe, who has he's built a, you may have seen it, they call it the Bull Ring, but it's Strebe Speedway, and they do it right in their backyard. It's a little, what is that thing?
Small.
It's small. But he said they've got a kart tour that they run. It's all flathead, isn't it? All flathead Briggs and Strattons. And he said they would love to get a date and run at Rainier, and they got 18, 20 guys.
Yeah, for sure, strong.
And they said they'd love to run at Rainier in 2017. So
yeah, that'd be great.
So I'll just have them get a hold of you. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep feeding people to you till you say, Terry, don't do it anymore.
I can't take it anymore.
Oh, I can't take it anymore.
No, that's good. You know, that's the idea. Is, you know, we want to utilize the facility and just make it work for everybody.
Yeah, man. Man, thank you so much for being on the show, dude.
Thanks for having me. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I love talking to you. You're just a good guy, and I just love the way you think.
Next week on the 24th, Wednesday, we've got a practice out at Rainier from 5:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m.
No, you have to change that. The Northwest Race Report's on Wednesday nights.
I guess
right.
We'll have to go do our show from there.
You know what?
Bring your equipment out to the track. We can get you there live.
Let's do it. You know what? If it's nice, let's do it. You want to do that?
It's supposed to be nice. I'm all for it. Yeah, it's supposed to be nice weather next week, so we really picked a good weekend to get a practice in before the June 3rd race.
Well, I'll tell you what. Then while you're doing the rest of all those improvements, make sure there's an internet connection there. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we're working on that. We're working on because we want to get some security brought into the place too. We're going to get cable brought in and everything, and so we will have an internet connection soon. We're going to get high-speed internet brought in there.
That's awesome. Dave, thanks for being on the show. I'm gonna call you. We're gonna set it up. Maybe next week we'll be out there doing our show live from the Rainier Bowl. How cool would that be?
That would be great.
Right on, man. We'll talk to you.
All right.
Thanks, Dave. You bet. Dave Kolstad. Okay? No, you tell me.
Making it happen.
I mean, just listen to the guy. Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. I love his vision, don't you?
Making it happen.
Yeah, I do.
It's super. And how good, what a shot in the arm for Rainier, what a shot in the arm for, what is it, South Lacey? Is that what we'd be talking?
Yeah,
Southwest
cool.
Lacey,
Yeah,
whatever.
It's not that far.
Even to Compton.
Yeah.
Even early to Compton where Lippy lives.
Yeah.
Maybe bring some of his homeboys and we'll get them straightened out.
We don't want to do that. You get your tires jacked.
Well, no, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna build a huge cage, and we're gonna put all those gang members and everything in there, right? We're gonna lock them in there.
I like the gang members. It's the junkies I don't like.
Well, we're gonna lock them in there too, and the last one
Left standing.
gets a college education paid for,
woohoo!
right?
Courtesy of Terry Bridges.
And Glenn Tower and Jeff Eden. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, very, very cool stuff. Matt Strebe, I put in a good word for me. I'll give you his phone number. You need to call him. Really cool stuff.
Fantastic place. I definitely agree.
Yeah. Before we get out of here, I got to do one more thing. I got to get Speed City in here, so we're going to hear an ad from the good folks at Speed City. And don't go anywhere. We're going to close it out cool. Racing. It's preparation. It's focus. It's attention to detail. And when you try to take shortcuts, it shows. At Speed City, Southern Oregon's karting headquarters, distributor for Ultramax, Legend, QRC, Bell Helmets, and K1 race gear, they don't roll like that. Speed City is committed to roll the way champions roll by keeping racers on track with knowledge, integrity, and performance. No shortcuts, no negativity, no other motives. You don't just have their word on it, you've got their name on it. So get back to having fun and get to calling Speed City. Speed City, LLC, keeping racers on track with quality service and friendship. 541-531-1222. All right. Before we close everything out, we started the show last week, and we said, okay, we had a part. It was called Parts or No Parts, and we had a part trailer. So there's two sides to every story, right? We all know that. So the other side of the story is, and this is strictly so that you can make your own educated guess.
Or decision.
And you don't even need to make a stand. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to give both sides of the story because that's what we try to do here. I mean, it's not, we may have our opinions, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. We still need to give both sides of the story. So the other side of the story is you have a guy that pays a substantial amount of money to be the sole seller. That's the parts trailer, right? Something they've always done, but it was a substantial amount of money. Substantial meaning over $1,000. Well more than that. So the thought was, well, if you have another shop come in that's from the side that I heard, it was selling parts at below cost or not in tune with the, I guess, the going rate. That's the reason for the issue there. That's why, they weren't allowed to sell parts there. Because, you've got one guy that's paid a substantial amount of money, but you've got other, even if there are 8 stores there, if you've got one that's not selling, or selling below cost or whatever like that, it leaves the other ones out. I don't know if that's, I don't know. All I know is, talking to the one owner, he says, I shop around for good deals so that I can sell parts cheaper. I look around, it's not like I'm trying to undermine or do anything, but I do shop around for good deals. But that was the reason on the other side of the coin. So there it is. I don't know. We didn't get that deep because it wasn't an option. If the other party was able to pay the money to sell part, would they be allowed? I don't know. I was told though that if they wanted to come to the table and sit down and talk about it, I think that would be something advisable, and maybe something can get worked out. That was how it got left to me. So that being said, I think there's a chance that maybe both parties can win out if everybody can work together. I don't know, but I just wanted to give that second half. Lippy, feel free to jump in and tell your thoughts of what you think. I don't know.
Mine are not going to be supportive.
And that's fine. I mean, you've got your belief, That's Jeff, where you at with it? You're okay? I mean, I just wanted to give both sides, right? That's what we try to do here. I don't want to shun anybody, or I'm not saying anybody's right or anybody's wrong. I just wanted to give you the facts. So now you can make your own decision as to how you feel about it. Whether it's, it's not good or bad, right or wrong, it's just that's what's going down. And that's it. That's basically all we wanted to say anyway. You don't have to vote on it or pick on it or whatever. I just hope that both parties can sit down, come to the table, work it out. You're snickering. You've got a Cheshire grin on your face.
Well, it for me personally, and that's not being a promoter, that's just being a racer showing up. That is why I want both people at the track. Because it does breed that. So one person says it's not they're not selling it for an adequate price, but the other person is able to sell it for that price. So, it's a double-edged sword. I don't run the program, and I'm not the promoter either. So, but that's one thing that was mentioned to me prior to that conversation we had was, if we have people that are paying for the privilege, they deserve the privilege. So if that's the case, then that's the case. You pay for the privilege. That is the way politics works. I'm not a politics fan.
Well, but you say if you're willing to pay the fee to sell the parts, that's assuming nobody else is willing to pay that fee, right? If somebody else is willing to pay that fee, and that's why they said bring it to the table.
Yep.
Right? Maybe
exactly.
So. Maybe it works out. I hope it does. I mean, I like all kart shops, and I know it is, like we said, the internet has killed it. Look at Jerry O'Hagan. It's a shame.
Yep, it is.
It's a shame that he is no longer.
They parked the trailer. They sent me a message and said they wouldn't be attending any of our races this year. They have parked the trailer, and they are regrouping. So,
and I'm going to tell you, Jerry O'Hagan is a stand-up guy.
Well, both him and his wife are both
stand-up.
Yeah,
they're great people, and I'm just sorry to hear that. I am sorry to hear that.
I'm going to miss seeing both their faces at the race.
Me too. And I'm sure there'll maybe be some races, but I don't know. Scott Warning said something to me very, very profound when we were talking about, I'm always, we always are, but I mean, probably me more, I think, is I'm always trying to fix, what's wrong? I'm always asking that question, right? What's wrong? How come there's no people? How come there's no, where is everybody, right? That's me. Where I'm not trying to call anybody out. I'm just like, does anybody want to race? Right? That's where I'm at. It's like, what's up? But you know what? Scott Warning said something to me that was very profound. And he said, a lot of guys, some of these things are going so fast now that some of the guys they're thinking about, man, if something happens to me or my family, what do I do about my family? Am I going to get paid? But the bigger thing that he said to me, more than that, was he said, you know what? Sometimes priorities change.
Yep.
What people like, what people do, what people think, they change. So maybe, they were doing it and now it's changed. And I thought, you know what? I've never really thought about it that way.
It's a cycle. I mean, it.
Yep.
You're laughing at me with a Cheshire grin again, right? Are you saying, is that where your mentality is?
Oh, I'm checking out, dude.
Are you really?
Yep.
Do you have tears in your eyes?
They're coming. I'm checking out. This is my last year as president of Cascade Karting, so I will finish out my season and everything else, but I want back in the seat. I want to race. I don't want to do what I do anymore. I want to get back in the seat. So I'm hoping there's two sides to that. I've been in this position for 6 years now. As a club rule goes, I can't rule any longer than that. I can't be the president any longer than
You're
that.
just trying to get out of it. I know you are. That's what you're doing.
I'm working towards that. So that's that's where I'm at. This is my last year. I'm not going to do it again next year. I want back in the seat. I want to have fun. I'm not getting away from karting. I'm not selling anything. For God's sakes, I'm still buying shit like mad. But
Was Mike Burris on here? Mike Burris, is that you? Mike?
I just want back in the seat. So that's where I'm at.
I can't, Lippy, I can't argue that. And your service to everybody has been second to none. I don't think there's anybody in karting around here that doesn't know, the effort and the turmoil that you've been through and that you put up with, and you put your own stuff on the back burner so that, basically, we could have a show. I mean, and because you knew it couldn't take somebody part-time, it needed to be there. And so, I'm just glad you're not selling anything.
Oh no, I'm not selling anything. And to add to that, I applied this week and got my contractor's license. So I'm a full-blown general contractor.
Dude, that's the bomb.
So, and
congratulations, man.
Right now I'm booked into the third week of next month as far as my business goes. So it's where I'm at. I just don't have as much time as I used to, and it's not good for the club. It needs somebody else to take it and go. So I'm hoping that person comes along because they haven't yet.
So what about the show?
Oh, no, I'm in for the show. As a matter of fact, I've already confirmed our house in Arizona. So,
dude, I love this guy.
So we can have it for 4 days or a week, whatever we want.
Are you going to come with us?
Just depends.
It's a 3-bedroom. It's just letting you know.
It's Unlimited All-Stars, like you've never seen.
We're going to have to see. That's a long ways out for me.
No, it's not. That's why you plan now, so it doesn't become an issue later.
I got the house and the car covered. We just need the rest now.
Yeah, but the car don't do a burnout, so I don't want to.
Hey, you ain't rode with Lippy. Let me tell you, you have not rode with Lippy.
I heard the story. It doesn't do burnout.
It does do burnouts. If you would have put $100 bill on the dash, you would not have grabbed it.
No, it wouldn't have done that.
No way. He said, "Why do you think I got the Mercedes, Terry?" Like, that's okay. Well, because you want to see a black guy with white, a white guy with black knuckles, or a black guy with white knuckles. I don't know. However you want to look at it. But it was a gas. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait.
Going on a diet right now just so I can eat hot dogs.
Oh, and before we get out of here, because we're over a little bit, but what is your quick?
I don't have a quick one.
What?
No, I've
Anna Marie's devastated.
I failed this week, but next week,
what are you doing?
I have a question for you.
What's that?
Oh,
where have all the seats gone?
Where have all the seats gone? That's a good one. Interesting. Well, I'm going to leave you with one. I've got a good one, and I used it on my Facebook post today, but I'm going to tell it to you anyway. Remember that nobody can ruin your day or your race day without your permission. You decide. And if somebody's on the bottom, Lippy, what do you do?
Into the high side.
Yeah. So we're going to be back next Wednesday. Look for some cool stuff. We're probably going to be live. The weather's good. We're going to be live from the Rainier Bowl, baby. That's going to be awesome.
It's only supposed to be 80.
Next Wednesday?
Yeah.
Dude. Come on out to the Rainier Bowl. Support the Northwest Race Report. Come on out. I'd love to see those stands packed for our show. Hey, here we are, everybody. Here we are. And have the whole crowd go, ah. It'll be. But that's okay. If there's 1 or 1,000, we don't care. We're gonna rock the show like how does it? We're gonna rock the show like nobody's business. What was that song by Sammy Hagar? Something Sugar. Oh, Rock Candy. Right? Was that his song? I don't know. Anyway, Those of you racing, I'm going to be at Spokane, the Super Late Models this weekend. Join myself and Double M, Mike Michelson. We're going to be bringing it to you live. Check out our Facebook, Northwest Race Report Facebook page. Going to be streaming it live. I won't be streaming it live. I'm just going to be there hooking up my gadgets and talking on the mic. But it's okay. It's the next best thing to being there, people. If you can't be there, you should be there. Support Spokane. I'm telling you. It is an awesome place. It just needs some support. So please support it. Northwest Super Late Models come up. And then join us Monday, and we'll have the Northwest Super Late Model Monday recap. Myself, Jeff Eden will be here. And Double M thinking about maybe making it. We'll see what happens. But nonetheless, Jeff and I will be bringing you back the recap of the weekend's events and what went on and so forth and so on. So, Lippy, you're invited to come too if you want to come sit in.
Can-Am is coming to Tri-Cities Kart Club this weekend, and also PKA has something going on.
Yeah, the OSKCS. They're having another event there, Oregon State Karting Championship Series this weekend. It's like it's a modified club race. It's a little bit bigger club race. Can-Am's awesome. Rotax or Tag, all that good stuff. That's the national tour coming to town, so you can get over there and check that out. And don't forget, July 7th and 8th, Glenn Lippy Tower making a debut at Puget Sound at the Gold Cup there. So I'm not sure what classes we'll have him in yet, but you will see Glenn Tower at PSGKA.
Probably in a Hugler ride.
Probably in a Hugler ride. If I can do it, I'm going to do it. So with that, everybody, we love you. Thanks for the support, and we'll see you next week. Have a good one.
Thank you, everybody.